Let us now give them a round of applause.
What an amazing day we had yesterday. But I think we're now ready to welcome my first guest of today's live studio. I welcome to the stage Daniel Carson Jr., the chairperson of the Inter-American Scout Committee and member of the Growth and Strategy Coordination Group. Is that right?
Hi, Beatrice. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. As you said, I'm Daniel. I'm the chairperson of the Inter-American Scout region, and I'm also a member of the Growth Strategy and Coordination Group. So I've been working quite hard these past couple of months on the Triennial Plan, which is now being presented to the World Scout Conference.
Thank you so much. And that is exactly where I'll start this interview. So, Daniel, as a member of the Growth and Strategy Coordination Group, how difficult is it to create a plan for 3 years or a strategy for a movement like Scouting?
Yeah, you know, Beatrice, I like to compare the preparation of a strategic plan to when we're used in our NSOs to planning our national camp. We have to consider the many different types of participants we're having. We need to consider, obviously, the vision we want, with the activity, what it is that we want to achieve. And within that vision, make sure that all the participants get the best experience. And then thinking that you have boys, you have girls, but also participants with special needs. So taking that as an analogy to talk about a strategic plan, it's also considering the context in which many NSOs and our member organizations are living in, but also considering their own needs.
Thank you for your answer. I will now jump to your other role as the chairperson of the Inter-American Scout Committee. And could you explain to us the connection between the regional structures and what you are doing right now here at the World Scout Conference?
Thank you for the question, Beatrice. You know, this is a question that I get asked very often. Why do we have so many different structures and so many different committees and so many different plans in a movement? And I think because we're a movement, because we are the largest youth movement in the world, with a shared vision and a shared purpose, it is essential that we guarantee that everyone is aligned, because we do want to give the best experience to the more than 55 million scouts that we have in the world. And in order to do that, that's a tremendous exercise. And then you need to rely on people and structures to make sure that everyone is aligned. So let's take an example. At this conference, we're actually voting on the Draft Triennial Plan. Once approved and once validated by the committee, World Scout Committee, it becomes the job of our regional committees, me and my committee, to make sure that our coming regional plan aligns to that plan.
Thank you so much for explaining it so well to us and for accepting the invitation to be here with me in the live studio today. Keep enjoying the conference. I think we're ready to pass to my next guest. And I want to welcome to the live studio, Monica, a WASM volunteer from Poland. Thank you so much for being with me in the live studio today.
Hi, my name is Monica. I'm from Poland, and my operational framework role is always within Safe from Harm.
So tell me, Monica, I know that you have been a volunteer for Safe from Harm. So can you tell us, can you go over a few details about what you have been doing for the past years?
Yes, you're asking already about the triennium. It has been so a long time ago from now. So first we started with the triennium, then we had 1 year plan, and today we're during the conference. So I will kind of summarize all those 3 periods because I have been involved in the Safe from Harm for all that time. I started as a member of the team for the first 3 years. Then in the 1 year plan, I was a co-lead for the Safe from Harm. And then here today, during the forum and the conference, I'm as well a co-lead for the Safe from Harm. So all the e-learnings, all the mentions about Safe from Harm are somehow connected with me as well. And what we have been doing. So first of all, we are preparing for those kinds of events, like today's event. So developing the learnings, checking about the procedures, and making sure that you're having a safe conference and you can feel comfortable and welcome during those two events. But as well, we are working on empowering the NSOs to do the same within their organizations. So you can see different types of guidelines, tools, educational tools, but as well those concerning good governance. So we are touching different areas of the work of the Safe from Harm because it's kind of transversal within the different departments. So as I said, good governance, educational program, but as well working with adults, how to help them and how to make sure that everyone is safe in the movement. So all of that is now available on the website on the Safe from Harm. And of course, within working with our consultants, improving their capacities and how to use the resources we're given. So this is, I could talk about it for a very long time, but I think that's a nice summary of what we have been doing.
So, Monica, I also know that you are part of the Safe from Harm team of volunteers that have been supporting us during this World Scout Conference. Is there anything that you would like to tell to our conference participants?
Yes, it's always the same message. Be careful and mindful about others and about yourself. So if we will look each other you will take care of each other. We will keep ourselves safe and we'll keep the movement safe so that everybody feels welcome.
That is definitely true. Thank you so much again for accepting the challenge and being my guest for today's live studio.
Thank you. I could share some thoughts.
I see that I now have my other guest for today also ready. So I want to welcome to the live studio stage, Melissa Casagrande, member of the Constitutions Committee. Melissa, welcome.
It's a pleasure to be here in the live studio.
So my first question for you is, what is a constitution?
The constitution, or a constitution, is the core of an organization. It's the foundation of an organization. So take the WUSM constitution, for example. It has the definition, the purpose, the principles of scouting. It has the scout law, the scout promise, the scout method. And it also has other rules to ensure good governance of our organization. For example, the functions of the World Scout Conference and the functions of the World Scout Committee.
And can you tell us all what exactly is your role in the Constitutions Committee?
So the Constitutions Committee is a standing committee of the World Scout Committee, and we are 7 volunteers from around the world. And our role is to support national scout organizations, member organizations of WUSM, to make sure that their constitutions, their national constitutions, are compliant with the WUSM constitution. We also advise the World Scout Committee on legal matters, especially amendments to the WUSM constitution. And if an organization applies to be a member of WUSM, we support that organization in the development of their constitution during their membership application procedure.
Thank you so much for explaining it us so well. How is it like to be part of the Purple team? I know that you have been a volunteer for quite some time, so how has it been for you?
It's a great opportunity to put professional skills and abilities to serve the Scout movement, to use those professional skills and abilities for the service of the Scout movement. And seeing so many national Scout organizations taking part in the biggest institutional event, or the most important institutional event WUSM has, is just great.
Melissa, thank you so much for joining us today and being my guest for the live studio. Thank you, and I hope that you keep enjoying the conference. We're really having an amazing live studio today, but I guess it's now time to look at today's agenda. And to do that, I welcome my conference expert for today, David Burke, Chief Operating Officer. Welcome to our live studio. So, David, we're getting closer to the end. Today's day 4 of our conference. So, how are you doing?
Yeah, it's been a marathon, as we say. Like we had the World Scout Youth Forum first, and now the conference. I mean, yesterday we had 12 candidates elected. So great to have a new board for World Scouting to work with for the next 3 years. And let's look at some strategic decision making today and tomorrow.
And I guess congratulations to all the newly elected members of the World Scout Committee.
Yes, and also thanks to those who were not elected for willing to serve our governments and their national scout organizations for nominating them.
Definitely. So, David, I would like to look at some numbers with you. Is that okay? So I know that the chairs of the conference mentioned this in the beginning, but I think it's really nice to reinforce that this is the biggest World Scout conference and the first ever virtual. So tell me, how many NSOs, delegates, observers are we having here?
Yeah, so we have 170 national scout organizations. Of the 172 that are registered, 2 of those are registered by proxy, so somebody else, they gave their vote to somebody else, but they are technically speaking registered. We have 2,200 delegates and observers together, so there's approximately 900 delegates, and then the balance is with the observers. On a daily basis, we have around, I mean, yeah, like today we had close to, I think, 1,500 people joining live on the platform, the plenary session. But we then have in addition 1,000 on each of the social media streams, 1,000 plus on YouTube, 1,000 plus on the Facebook live stream.
That's really impressive. Yeah, that's
yeah, it's
really,
fantastic.
really
and
impressive.
It is by all means like the biggest attendance we have ever had to a World Scout conference, and also to the World Scout Youth Forum. I mean, where we never had so many people being part of the decision making.
So may I assume that a lot of interesting discussions are happening right now well, they happened already in the Youth Forum, as we've seen, and we are already having a lot of engagement during the conference as well. So today's an important day. Can you tell us a little bit why is that such an important day today?
Yeah, so today conference is going to start to consider the draft resolutions being put forward by the World Scout Committee as well as national scout organizations. But we also received quite a number of amendments, like changes proposed by the member organizations that this could be tweaked, or we'd like this to be added, or we don't like this, we'd like to be removed. So we're not only considering the proposal itself, but all those changes. So it will take us some time to get through all that. We'll have to invite people to speak who want to change, and then maybe people wanting to react to that. So we'll see quite some engagement on the screen. So clicking the purple hand button will be an important feature today. But looking forward, it will be exciting.
And for the purple hand button, I will just thank the amazing technical team that we have on the back that it's making it possible to bring people on screen. So a huge thank you to all the ones that are behind the scenes. So this is what we can expect for today's plenary, right? So let's really jump into that. Is there anything else that you want to add on what's going to happen today in plenary?
Yeah,
we're about to start, so.
Absolutely. So we're also going to see the results of the World Events bidders today. So we're going to have the announcement for the World Scout Conference, the World Scout Youth Forum, the World Scout Jamboree, and the World Scout Mood coming up. So that will be exciting as well to look forward to. And then, of course, a big amount on the resolutions.
So, David, thank you so much for being my conference expert for today. And before you leave, are you aware that we have a Youth Forum and Conference Dance Challenge going on?
What?
Don't worry, I will not make you dance today. It's fine. But I want to invite you and everyone watching us now to take a look at some moves that people have been submitting to us by using the hashtag #ScoutDanceChallenge. So let's take a look at it together. That was amazing. I really think these moves are so contagious, and I can promise you that I've been practicing, and I will try to show what we have been doing behind the scenes. As I promised you yesterday, here are the top 3 leaders who scored the highest amount of points. Congratulations to you 3. You can check the leaderboard by clicking in a cup-shaped button on the top right corner of your screen. And I would also like to remember that you can get your badge in the Scout shop, and you have a discount code that you can see also on your screen now. Thank you so much. Have a great conference, and let the plenary start.
Dear friends in Scouting, this event has been prepared to be a positive and engaging experience of decision-making for the future of World Scouting. We want to make this event meaningful and enjoyable for you. To be as inclusive as possible, we offer all the plenary sessions in our 5 WISDOM working languages. To do so, go to Session Information and click on the Interprefy button. You can then select the language in which you would like to follow for the plenary session. If you have any challenges, please reach out to our dedicated help desk team. On the platform's bottom right corner, you will see the help icon. Here, you can get access and connect with the support team. Delegates are entitled to ask their questions related to the plenary discussions using the live Q&A section. We will do our best to address all your questions either through written responses or directly on stage. You can also use the discussion forum to interact with other participants, speakers, and chairpersons. All participants will be muted during the plenary. If you wish to intervene, raise your hand to talk, and our production team will bring you to the stage. You will need to accept our invitation to join the green room, where our team will test your microphone. And when you're invited to the green room, we also encourage you to turn on your camera to get to know you and best represent the diversity of our movement. Abusive behavior of any kind that leads to harm, prejudice, discrimination, or harassment against any person will not be tolerated during the World Scout Conference. We have safe from harm procedures in place to make sure everyone feels safe and welcomed during this event. If you need any further information, please check scoutconference.org/safefromharm. If you feel unsafe at any moment while participating in the World Scout Conference, please share your concerns by emailing safeconference@scout.org or reach out to a listening ear available at the event. To keep you well informed throughout the World Scout Conference, you can find the agenda and links to the different sessions on the event's participation platform. We will also use the official conference website as a communication channel. This plenary session is being streamed live on YouTube and Facebook and will be made available on the platform afterwards for you to see. Now let's start our plenary session by welcoming our chairpersons. Enjoy your World Scout Conference.
Greetings, conference. Welcome to the 4th day of our World Scout Conference. For this plenary session, we are going to start with a brief report on the World Non-Formal Education Forum, and then we are going to begin with our conference resolutions voting session. I hope that you are as excited as I am. Let me also remind you of the opportunity to support National Scout organizations impacted by the global pandemic by donating to the Re-Energizing Scouting Fund. We would like to thank NSOs who have already made donations. All funds raised will be directed to support NSOs in their recovery efforts. We are grateful to all the NSOs that have been donating and supporting other fundraising campaigns on the Scout donation platform. Please remember that this conference is accessible in the 5 WASM working languages, and that you may access your preferred language by using the translation function. If you need any support, please reach out to the help desk by using the blue button on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Before we begin, and as announced yesterday in plenary, the vote for world events is closed since the beginning of this session. Throughout the extended period of this vote, our voting team has addressed issues raised and proactively reached out to you so to ensure that you can practice your right to vote. Results will be shared at the end of this plenary session. Let us now move to the report on the World Non-Formal Educational Forum by watching the following presentation.
The first of its kind World Non-Formal Education Forum took place in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil from 9 to 11 December 2019. More than 400 youth leaders, international youth-serving and youth-led organizations, UN agencies, academic experts and educational practitioners gathered to debate the current and future trends in non-formal education. The event offered an international platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices on non-formal education and explored how organizations can develop programs, concepts and methods to keep pace with the latest trends in non-formal education and contribute towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The forum also positioned WASM as a leading player in the broader field of education and helped position the importance of non-formal education. The forum was convened by the World Organization of the Scout Movement, UNICEF, UNFPA, and the Office of the UN Secretary-General's Envoy on Youth, and involved the participation of more than 70 international organizations. It was hosted by UEB, the Brazilian member organization of WASM.
Hi everyone. With a sincerest thanks from União dos Escoteiros do Brasil, we were honored to be the hosts of the 2019 World Non-Formal Educational Forum. The impact of hosting the WNFEF has been felt within the NSO itself, across the Inter-American region, and around the world. Hosting this incredible event has increased opportunities for partnership and dialogue for Scouts as the key actors in the field of non-formal education for youth worldwide. From all your friends from Brazil, obrigado.
The Rio Declaration on Non-Formal Education collected the outcomes of the forum's discussions during the 3-day program to help assist the state of non-formal education and forge a consensus among stakeholders for actions needed to advance non-formal education as a powerful vehicle for the development of children and youth and their role as active global citizens. The Rio Declaration calls for the following actions: right to non-formal education, recognition, innovative learning, investment, stronger partnerships. As a key outcome document, the Rio Declaration will serve as a foundation to define the future direction of the non-formal education sector and act as a guide for professionals and organizations to advocate for more recognition, innovation, and investment in non-formal education.
Dear friends in Scouting, we are about to start considering the draft resolutions of the 42nd World Scout Conference. I take a moment to remind all delegations of Resolution 2021A, registration of member organizations, which has already been approved by the conference through referendum and which recognizes the new members of WASM, Pathfinder Scouts Vietnam, Afghanistan National Scout Organization, and Solomon Islands Scout Association. These will be put on record as Resolution 2021-1 of this 42nd World Scout Conference. Before I explain the process we will follow for this voting session, let's take a moment to ensure that everyone is logged into the e-voting system. I invite all the heads of delegations to log into their e-voting system so to be ready to cast your votes. Again, as everyone should be aware by now, we want to provide as much support as possible to ensure that every delegation that wishes to vote can do so. If you experience any challenges, please contact the help desk to the blue help button either on the participation platform or on the e-voting system. Let's go through a short presentation as a reminder on accessing the system.
How to access the e-voting system. To access the conference e-voting system, after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. Note that this is a different URL than the one used for the Youth Forum. We recommend that you bookmark this page for easy access throughout the event. The head of delegation is to log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email is expired as soon as the account is activated. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the login button. Remember that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge, and Safari. The e-voting system will not function on your mobile, and its user experience will be reduced with any other browser.
I now want to invite the chairperson of the Resolutions Committee, Oskar Sundås, to deliver his report. Oskar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Dear delegates, Scout friends all over the world, I am pleased to report to you on behalf of the Resolutions Committee. By the recommended deadline of Thursday, 26th of August, 2021 at 23:59 GMT, the Resolutions Committee received 33 amendments. Of the 33 amendments, 20 were amendments to the draft resolutions, and 13 were amendments to the Triennial Plan. The Resolutions Committee deemed that one amendment was non-compliant as it was an operational clause to the Triennial Plan. 2 amendments were withdrawn by the proposing member organizations, and 1 amendment was accepted in part, but not the clauses that were deemed contradictory to the intent displayed in the draft resolution. All amendments were carefully considered by the Resolutions Committee against the conference document 2B, Resolution and Amendment Guidelines. In considering the amendments, the Resolutions Committee paid attention to consistency, further clarification to the draft resolution, and avoiding duplicates. In doing so, the Resolutions Committee did not consider the potential additional resources required if these amendments are accepted by the conference. That concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Oskar, for this report. I now ask the voting team to check the voting system, if the voting system is ready. I hear that the system is ready. We will now proceed with explaining the voting process for this session. I'd like to ask you to listen carefully to the following instructions on the voting process. First, the Resolution 2021-C strategy for Scouting and Triennial Plan will be introduced by the World Scout Committee. Then we will move on chapter by chapter. If we have received any amendments to the chapter, we will consider these in order as decided by the Resolutions Committee. You will be able to see the amendments on the screen. A representative of the delegation proposing the amendment will be asked to introduce their amendment. Once all questions have been answered or our allotted time runs out, I will move the chapter to a vote. You can find the amendments in the report from the Resolutions Committee. Depending on the outcome of the vote, the amendment will be included in the chapter or be rejected. We will then move to the next chapter and repeat the process. As you can see in the document provided by the Resolutions Committee, some votes will be voted simultaneously as blocks, while other amendments will be voted on as single votes. I will indicate what will be the case for each vote. Once all amendments have been considered and voted on, I will move the resolution as amendment for vote. We want to be proactive in preparing for the discussions, so please raise your hand well in advance and timely so that the production team has sufficient time to prepare you to join the green room. A reminder that only delegates will be able to ask their questions or come on stage. Once again, please be ready to accept your invitation to join the green room. We also remind you that you have several ways to raise your voice. You can raise your hand and address the conference, but you may also type your statements in the Q&A box, and we will read them out loud if the time allows it. A third way to communicate with all delegates is through the discussion forum. We will show now a short video about how to cast your vote, and if you have questions, please post them in the Q&A box on the platform. We'll now watch the short video about how to cast your vote for a simple majority motion, which will be used during this voting session.
Here are the steps of how a delegation can cast their vote for simple motions with two-thirds majority. Log in to the e-voting system and be ready to cast your vote. When a vote is activated, it will show on the left side of your screen under the active vote header. It will include the progress bar, a timer, and the voter turnout. As quorum is determined at the beginning of the event, the voter turnout serves as an indication of those delegations that decided to practice their right to vote. Click on the active vote. The details of the selected vote will appear on the right side of your screen with the options to cast your vote. As this is a simple motion, your vote options are in favor, against, or abstain. Select your desired option to cast all your votes. If you wish to split your vote, click on the Split Vote button to enable that function. Then allocate all your votes according to all those options available. Depending on the size of your browser, the split vote will appear as a drop-down selection or a row with easy access to the options available from 0 to 6. You can select or unselect each option by clicking. Carefully review your vote allocation is correct. Note that once you have cast your vote, no further changes can be made. As a measure of caution, the confirm button will only activate once you have allocated all your votes. Confirm your vote by clicking the Confirm Vote button. The confirmation message that your vote has been submitted will appear. Once the vote is closed, the result will appear. You can see the overall result of the vote, plus how your delegation voted. For this vote type, the results are determined using 2/3 majority. If more than 2/3 of the votes are in favor, the motion is carried. And if a motion acquires exactly 2/3 of the votes in favor, it is carried as well. Note that abstentions are not counted neither in favor nor against.
Conference. Some very attentive delegations might have noticed that this was the video for the 2/3 majority vote. I want to underline once again that the following votes will be a simple majority vote. So we have seen the wrong video. Nevertheless, the system is set up perfectly for a simple majority voting, and I'm sure you know how to cast your votes. We'll now proceed with our voting, and I welcome Peter Blatch from the World Scout Committee to introduce the draft resolution on the Triennial Plan. Welcome, Peter.
In Resolution 2021C, Strategy for Scouting, World Triennial Plan 2021 to 2024, the World Scout Committee proposes the conference approve the draft objectives of the World Triennial Plan for 2021 to 2024. This is the third iteration towards achieving Vision 23, the current strategy for scouting, which was approved by the World Scout Conference in 2014. Draft objectives are organised in line with the 6 strategic priorities of Vision 2023. In addition, a dedicated COVID-19 pandemic recovery and resilience objective is included, aiming to provide NSOs with critical support at the various stages of recovery from the pandemic. The proposal further requests that the next World Scout Committee do a final reality check of the approved draft guidelines against the available resources and align them with other approved conference resolutions. And as a final item, the resolution also requests that the next World Scout Committee develop the next strategy for scouting, post-Vision 2023, through a participative process, engaging the Scout movement and putting a final proposal for consideration at the conference in 2024.
Thank you, Peter, for presenting this proposal. Does the World Scout Committee wish to add any further comments at this stage? I hear that Peter Blatch will take the floor. Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow conference attenders, it is really important that WSM has a plan. We know the plan can be fine-tuned. Young people and leaders everywhere need direction and support. The world needs scouting now than ever before, and this triennial plan and the continued extension of Vision 2023 is timely. I urge you to vote for it. Great scouting. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I now move the motion to the floor. We now open the floor for discussion of this first chapter on COVID-19 pandemic recovery and resilience. Please raise your hand for any discussions on this proposal as a whole. We will now focus on the first chapter. Delegations wishing to speak will be taken in order of hands raised. And if delegations face any technical issue, we may proceed to the next delegate wishing to speak and will strive to support you with connecting. Once you are invited to join the green room, please accept the invitation. And once on screen, I will indicate to you when it's okay to speak. I remind all delegates that we will keep your inputs brief, and any speakers required to introduce themselves with their name and country and have a limitation of 2 minutes to speak, so as to be fair for all delegations. If your speaking time is up, I'll use the chair's bell to ask you to end your input. So I hear now that Lithuania, as a mover of an amendment of this part of the chapter, is ready in the green room and wants to speak for their amendment. So I ask the technical team to bring Lithuania on screen to speak for their amendment.
Hello, conference. My name is Matas Donis, and I'm the International Commissioner of Lithuanian Scouting. We're happy to see the dedicated cross-cutting COVID-19 pandemic recoveries and resilience objective being introduced to the Triennial Plan. However, we feel that some aspects are missing. Therefore, we put forward the amendment that you see in front of you right now. The COVID-19 pandemic is one of the biggest challenges we have ever faced. It has affected every part of our society, our families, our communities all across the world. For young people and adults, the toll of lockdowns and their social and economic impact has been enormous. 90% of young people have reported increased mental anxiety. With various community groups suspended, closed, or moved online, removing that's all-important physical and emotional contact we all crave. Expressing our appreciation on the effort to put forward and to support mental health issues and members' resilience, we would like to emphasize the harm caused by COVID-19 pandemic in regards to the mental health for children, youth, and adults in scouting. We believe that this is a crucial part in supporting the scouting movement worldwide and its recovery and resilience from COVID-19 pandemic. We want to stress the importance of the mental health and resilience of NSO's members by adding it to the Triennial Plan regarding COVID-19 pandemic, recovery, and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Lithuania. I'll now check with the floor if there are any other inputs for this chapter, COVID-19 pandemic and recovery and resilience. Is there any other delegation that wishes to speak about this chapter or to an amendment? I hear from our technical team that so far has no other raised hand has been there. Last moment to speak for this chapter or the amendment that has already been presented by the Lithuanian delegation. I hear that there is no raised hand, so we will move this chapter for voting. So I now ask the voting team to confirm me that voting is ready. I hear that voting is ready, so I'm now going to open the vote on this first chapter of the Triennial Plan. There will be one vote on the amendment that has been presented by Lithuania, and the vote will now be open for 7 minutes. Please note that we will slowly reduce the time of voting, but for this first one, to get into the flow, we'll have it open for 7 minutes. The vote is open. Please cast your votes now. And we are back. The vote is closed. Welcome back, conference. So we are now waiting for this result of this first vote for today. I hope you all felt comfortable with the voting procedure, and I know that we are slowly but steady getting into the voting mood. So I now wait for the votes to be on screen, and I see them now. So the amendments, amendment number 1 is carried with 656 votes in favor, 62 votes against, and 2 abstentions. With this, we will move on to the next chapter, the chapter named Youth Engagement, where we got 2 amendments, and I now open the floor for discussion on this chapter, and I hear that the 2 movers of the 2 amendments are already in the green room, so I will now take Uruguay as proposer of amendment 1 of this chapter on the screen to speak for their amendment. Uruguay, are you with us?
Hello, everyone. So, Scouting prepares young people for life. So we are requesting the WASM plans to support NSOs and regions in providing leadership training to prepare young people to be leaders in their future endeavors within Scouting and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Uruguay. We also have Brazil coming in now. The conference has seen that we have 2 amendments on youth engagement chapter, and I will take Brazil now in as a mover of the other amendment. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings, conference. My name is Jonathan. I'm Deputy International Commissioner for Brazil and the delegate. And we congratulate first the World Scout Committee on putting together this tremendous work. And in youth engagement, we are very happy with all the strategic objectives, and we'd like to add on a bit. We think we can take a step further on 1.2, and that is why we are proposing an additional strategic priority here for 1.5. So we recognize that not everyone has access to decision-making in Scouting. Young people can face barriers. These may be, for whatever reasons. So we believe, and we put forward this proposal, and the operative here is equal opportunities. We believe that young people should be given equal opportunity to participate in decision-making process, irrespective of their background. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Is anyone else in the green room wishing to speak for this chapter or the 2 presented amendments? And I also ask if the committee wants to say something about the 2 amendments. The committee does not wish to speak. I open once again, the floor is open for discussion on Chapter 2 on youth engagement. Is there any other delegation wishing to speak to this topic or the 2 amendments that have been moved by Uruguay and Brazil? Once again, please raise your hands and don't forget to respond to the invitation of entering the green room. I'll keep this open for a little bit more to ensure that everyone has the possibility to speak to this part of the Triennial Plan draft resolution. So far, no raised hands. I'll wait for a few more seconds. I'll hold for some more time. Until then, Mo, my dear co-chair, how are you?
I'm fine, trying to be fine. You know, this is a very busy day of voting on our resolutions, and we hope the chair of us, as you know, it went smooth.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a bit of a challenge doing this voting session online, and we're having the whole technical difficulties, but we are managing it, I think, quite well so far. Thank you for bearing with us and being so patient with us. And I'm checking back if there... All right, I hear that India has raised their hand and they are going to be in our green room. So bear with us for some more time so we get India ready to take the floor. I once again want to highlight that we are talking about the second chapter of the Triennial Plan on youth engagement. We are not going to discuss any other parts of this Triennial Plan, so it's about youth engagement, and I see India is with us now. India, you have the floor to speak.
Hello everyone, and what I wanted to reflect here is we completely second Uruguay here, because what we believe and what we feel is definitely Scouting is a movement for young people, and their involvement in decision making, their involvement in taking the leadership is very much crucial and important. We should also concentrate on this part of capacity building of young people through youth leadership training courses, and it plays a very important role here. So definitely we second Uruguay, and we propose that NSOs also to second the same amendment.
Thank you, India, for your input. I will now close the discussion on this second chapter on youth engagement, and we will be moving to vote on this second chapter, where we will have 2 votes. It will be a block vote, so you have the possibility to vote on the amendment of Uruguay and the amendment of Brazil on the same time. Therefore, we will open the vote for 5 minutes, and I ask the voting team for confirmation if the vote is ready to be opened. I hear that the system is ready, so I'll hereby open the vote. It will be open for 5 minutes. Please, delegations, cast your vote. And the vote on the 2 amendments is closed. We'll soon see the results on screen. Bear with us. So Amendment 1, which you have seen in the document in red, is carried. It's the amendment proposed by Uruguay. It's carried in with 680 votes in favor, 9 votes abstain, and 7 votes against. And we'll see the other amendment in a bit. Also, the second amendment you have seen in blue is carried with 563 votes in favor, 86 votes against, and 23 votes abstained. Thank you for voting, conference, and thank you for the movers, for being part in this democratic decision-making process we are currently living in. So we will move to the next chapter on the triennial plan with the topic of educational methods, where we have 1 proposed amendment. I'll open the floor for discussion on this chapter on educational methods. So delegations who wants to speak, please raise your hand. And don't forget to accept the invitation to join the green room. I also want to ask the movers of the amendment, which is United Kingdom, if they wish to speak for their amendment. So far, there is no raised hands, so please raise your hands, delegations, if you want to speak to this chapter or to this amendment. United Kingdom, as a mover of the proposed amendment that you see in the document from the Resolutions Committee, is asked if they want to speak for their amendment. United Kingdom is not yet ready to speak. We don't know if they want to come to the floor. I will read out their amendment. It is on the, it would be to insert text in, wait, what is it? 2.13, with to add a bullet point on recognized opportunities and explore ways that, through the increased use of digital technologies in scouting after the pandemic, a greater number of young people around the world can participate in international events in the future. So that would be the amendment proposed by United Kingdom to insert a text there. Checking back with our support team if there are any raised hands, which is not the case. Please bear in mind also for the future discussions of our triennial plan, if you wish to speak, to be ready to raise your hand and accept the invitation to the green room. I hear that we have a raised hand now. Please accept the invitation to the green room. I hear it's United Kingdom. And we will wait for a little bit so they can get ready to join us here on screen. So I was asked to tell you a little bit of interesting things on scouting history, and maybe we can do a little quiz around that. So I'll have a good question for you, delegations out there, that you can maybe answer in the chat. So the question that I would like you to answer is: when did BP publish the first Scout law? So we're talking about dates, you know, by I am a historian, so these are the kind of questions I like to ask. So a little reflection for the delegations sitting around the world on their screens now, so think about it. And I hear also that UK is ready to take the floor. So UK, you can have the floor now. If you're ready, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, conference. My name is Lewis. I am from the UK. I've been a delegate to both the Youth Forum and the conference. The proposed amendments for the World Triennial Plan are from consultations in the Youth Forum, which was also supported by 11 of the international teams in the Youth Forum. Here are the justifications for our amendment. WASM, in conjunction with NSOs, plays host to multiple international events each triennium. These events are powerful in the development of members in Scouting worldwide. However, the barriers to accessing these events do exist, i.e. age, cost, personal time constraints, event capacity, etc. It is proposed that WASM uses learning from the rapid uptake of digital technology during the pandemic to increase access to and participation in these events. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I'll check back with the team if there is any other raised hands, which is not the case. So I will move the proposed amendment by United Kingdom to the voting for a vote. So I'll ask the voting team if the voting system is ready for us. I hear that the system is ready. We will have one vote, and the vote will be open for 5 minutes. The vote is open now. Head of delegations, you can go to the voting platform now and cast your votes. The vote is closed. And we wait for the results to be soon on screen. The amendment proposed by the United Kingdom is carried with 696 votes in favour, 47 against and 7 abstentions. Thank you, Conference. We'll now move on to the next chapter of the Triennial Plan, which is on diversity and inclusion, where we have gotten 3 amendments, and I open the floor for discussion on this chapter. Please raise your hands and don't forget to accept the invitation button to join the green room. I hear that we have already movers of the different amendments ready to speak to the floor, and I hear that Brazil is ready to speak for their amendment in blue. Brazil, please join us here on screen.
Friends in Scouting, we welcome all these strategic priorities put forward by the World Scout Committee. We would like to contribute with 2 suggestions. The first one in 3.1. Scouting is about welcoming young people and making them feel that Scouting is going to be a fun place for them to participate. And we have to, at the same time, evaluate on a continuous basis and monitor diversity and inclusion in our movement, in our membership. But we believe we should take the next step. It's not only monitor and evaluate and understand, we need to identify the areas of action where we can improve and make the movement more open and welcoming to young people. So that is our first proposition here on 3.1, which is also in line with the 10th SDG, with the Sustainable Development Goal of reducing inequalities. Moving on, 3.5, we are suggesting a rewriting and putting mainstream here at the beginning, mainstream gender equality throughout all levels and structures of the Scout movement, including by progressively implementing co-education. We believe that this is a fundamental issue within our movement. To become more inclusive is to implement co-education so that we can also meet the 5th sustainable goal of the SDGs, which is the 5th. So that is why we're also including this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil, for speaking for their 2 amendments that have been proposed. And I understand that the United Kingdom, as proposer of the 3rd amendment, is also ready in the green room to speak to their amendment. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Hello again. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Lewis. I'm from the UK and I've been a delegate at the conference and the Youth Forum. The proposed amendments, we believe, reflect the consultations again in the Youth Forum. So here are justifications for the amendment to add 3.7. Disabilities, both visible and non-visible, psychological disorders, and mental health, and real considerations for many individuals worldwide. The current proposed diversity and inclusion strategic objectives do not give reference to these points. Ensuring barriers do not exist for affected individuals is critical for ensuring true diversity and inclusion in Scouting. Promoting further understanding and accessibility will aid growth for the organisation and allow greater participation among these groups. thank you again for your time, conference.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I want to make a last call for raised hands to speak to this chapter. Until we have any feedback on that, I just wanted to give you the feedback that in 1908, the first law resembling the current form of the Scout law in the book Scouting for Boys has appeared, for those who were wondering, and I hope not too many of you had to Google this answer. I hear that there is no other delegation wishing to speak at this moment to the chapter on diversity and inclusion. And so I will move this chapter, so on diversity and inclusion, to a vote. And I ask our voting team if the voting system is ready. I hear that our system is ready. You will have to do 3 votes simultaneously, so it will be a block vote on 3 votes, and therefore the vote will be open for 7 minutes. The vote is open now. Please, delegations, cast your votes. And the vote is closed. We'll have a look at the results of the 3 amendments now. The first amendment in red is carried with 706 votes in favor, 55 votes against, and 19 votes abstention. The next amendment we voted on in blue is carried as well with 615 votes in favor, 96 votes against, and 33 abstentions. And the third vote, which was in green, is carried as well with 659 votes in favor, 50 votes against, and 35 votes abstentions. Thank you, conference. And with that, we will move on to the next chapter on social impact, where one amendment has been introduced. And I open the floor for discussions on this chapter. And I want to check back with our team if the mover of the amendment, which is Portugal, is in the green room and wants to speak. I hear that Portugal is ready for us. Portugal, you can speak now.
Hello, I'm Inês from Portugal. Thank you for having me. So our proposal is a very simple phrasing thing, but we believe that the focus of this point should be on the prevention and on the humanitarian action that our NSOs can have. That will naturally lead to the mitigation of the impact of disasters on young people. So even though it's just phrasing, we believe that we should not only be dealing with disasters, but we should focus on preventing and on being prepared for those disasters. Thank you.
Thank you, Portugal. Are there any other raised hands? Please, if you want to address the conference to this chapter, please do so now and raise your hands. I hear that there are no raised hands. If this remains okay, I hear now that there is one raised hand. Please accept your invitation to the green room so that we can take you on stage. And until then, I'll tell you another interesting fact about Scouting, dear conference. So, why do we have the fleur de lis as the Scout emblem? I think that would be a good question for you. What don't you think? So, please send it to us in our networking channel, in our chat. I repeat the question, why do we have the fleur de lis as the Scout emblem? I'll be happy to hear your answers, and we check back with our support team if the delegations are ready. No, apparently the hands have been lowered, so no other delegation wants to take the floor to speak on the chapter on social impact. So I will now close the discussion, and we will move to the voting process on this chapter. We have one vote, and I ask the voting team if we are ready to proceed. I hear that the system is ready. It will be one vote on one amendment. So we will have a vote open for 3 minutes. The vote is open now. Heads of delegations, please cast your vote now. and the vote is closed. We will have a look at the results, or the result on the one amendment we have voted on, which is carried with 689 votes in favor, 31 votes abstention, and 24 votes against. Thank you, conference. We will now move on to the next chapter of the Triennial Plan, which is on communications and external relations. We did not get any amendments on this chapter, but I nevertheless wanted to open the floor for discussions on that chapter. So if any delegation wants to raise their hands to speak to this part of the Triennial Plan, you are able to do so. So the floor is open for a discussion on this part of the Triennial Plan, but please note that we have no amendment on this chapter. So if there is no one asking the floor, we will move on to the next chapter on governance afterwards. I hear that there is no raised hands, so I close the discussion on communications and external relations of the Triennial Plan, and we will move on with the governance part 6 of the Triennial Plan. I open the floor for discussions, and we have 3 amendments proposed in the government section of the Triennial Plan, and I ask if the delegations that are proposers of the amendments want to speak for their amendments. So if so, please raise your hand, and don't forget to accept the button in order to join in the green room. I hear that we have a number of raised hands wishing to speak on this chapter. So don't forget to accept the invitation to the green room. And of course, the movers of the 3 amendments, which are Germany, Liechtenstein, and Senegal, are also invited to take the floor to speak for their amendments. So we are waiting for them to arrive in our green room. And I hear that Germany is almost ready for us to join. So they are coming on stage now. So Germany asked the floor, and we have Germany on our screen very, very soon to speak and address the conference.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure being here and addressing the conference. My name is Paul Clara. I'm currently a delegate for the German delegation, and I'm speaking on behalf of the amendment regarding the ethical standards and environmental sustainability. Everyone around the globe, and especially WASM, as a worldwide organization, holds a responsibility towards our planet's environment. Our delegation expects WASM to live up to its responsibility towards us, the youth and future generations. The ongoing climate crisis and our endangered environment scares us as it navigates us into an uncertain future. The Youth Forum clearly expressed, we have to take immediate action as a movement and lead by example in this respect. If WASM wants to live up to its ethical standards and secure safety for the youth, safe from harm, and environmental protection are both non-negotiable objectives. While both are treated in dedicated resolutions, our operations have to reflect progress made in these fields. The German delegation strongly urges making both safe from harm and environmental action a strategic objective for governance within the Triennial Plan, not because they are the same, but in order to address both of them equally responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. And I hear that the following delegation that wishes to speak to the conference is Senegal, and they will speak in French. So please be ready for translation. And I will now ask Senegal to join us here on the screen. And please wait for a little more time so that all the conference delegations can have their translation option ready. Donc je vous prie en Sénégal d'attendre encore un petit moment afin que tous nos délégations seront prêts pour la traduction. Sénégal, vous pouvez commencer à parler.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour tout le monde. Merci aussi de nous donner l'opportunité de nous exprimer sur cette conférence très innovante. Nous avons soumis un amendement pour la prise en compte du français lors des événements de l'OMMS. Et cette prise en charge, nous souhaitons qu'elle soit qu'elle se fasse simultanément, c'est-à-dire que quand on parle anglais, qu'on mette en place le dispositif qui permet que ceux qui s'expriment en français puissent participer. Donc, comme nous défendons l'inclusion et la diversité, c'est l'occasion aussi de diversifier conformément à notre Constitution. Et aussi, nous soutenons cela conformément à l'amendement des forums des jeunes. Donc, dans la partie gouvernance du plan d'action, nous proposons un nouveau point 6.14 pour la prise en compte de la langue française à tous les événements. Merci.
Merci, Senegal. We will now continue our discussions, and I hear that Denmark is ready to join us on screen, but I want to remind Liechtenstein and Tunisia, who have both raised hands, to accept their invitation to the green room in order so that we can take you on stage. Denmark is ready, I hear, to address us as a conference. Denmark, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tobias Simonsen, and I'm board of the Danish Scout Council. Thank you for a great conference so far. My comment goes for the amendment number 9. The Danish Scout Council is supporting the intention of the amendment. However, we rather saw an increased focus on environmental sustainability implemented throughout the WASM services, such as more focus on implementing the Earth Tribe youth program components, the scenes component for Scout centers, or by exploring ways of adding environmental sustainability as a criteria in the global support assessment tool, GSAT, than creating an extra service. We believe the WASM services has been well set up, and we are concerned of having too many services, along with the fact that environmental sustainability should be mainstreamed in all of our efforts. We'll therefore recommend that the amendment is rejected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Denmark. So we have resent invitation to Liechtenstein. Please accept the invitation to join the green room. And this will be, I hear that Liechtenstein is on their way, and this will be the last delegation which is able to speak for now. We will move the amendments for a vote afterwards, and we are waiting for Liechtenstein to speak, and I see that Liechtenstein is on screen, so Liechtenstein, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Sophie Hammerman, and I represent Liechtenstein. NSOs across the movement are working towards more economically, social, and environmentally sustainable practices. With the development of a WASM service focused on environmental sustainability, it would complement the existing services. This would offer tools, guidance, best practice sharing, and training across our movement. We believe that more NSOs will be better supported in working towards all aspects of sustainability, including environmental sustainability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Liechtenstein. So I see that Tunisia has raised their hands for quite some time already. I have not seen this here, so I'll ask them to join they are already in the green room and they are doing their technical checks in order to join us on the screen. And then we will move on with the voting. Until they are ready, I already want to clarify that concerning the voting, we will take Amendment 1 and 2, so in red and in blue as a block, and we will vote separately on Amendment 3, which is in a green text. Okay, I hear from our technical support team that Tunisia has sound issues. Please Tunisia, write in our Q&A form your question or your input on this. I think the connectivity is failing us here a little bit. So until Tunisia is ready to give us their input in the Q&A, I wanted to answer you the question around the fleur-de-lis. So the fleur-de-lis was commonly used as a symbol for north on maps, and Baden-Powell considered scouts had to show the way in doing their duty and helping others. So showing into the right direction, which was the symbol for the fleur-de-lis, and therefore, until today, we find on many scout badges and on many uniforms our fleur-de-lis, which is definitely one of the main symbols for scouting. I hope I could give you some new scout wisdom that you can use in your future scout life. I hear that we have nothing in the Q&A from Tunisia, so we will move to the vote. So once again, we will have a synchronized vote on Amendment 1 and 2. And afterwards, we will vote on the third amendment. I want to check with our voting team if the voting system is ready. I hear that the system is ready, so we will open now the vote for 2 votes on 2 amendments during 5 minutes. The vote is open now. And the vote is closed. We will soon see on the screen the results for the two amendments. Amendment 1 in red is carried with 690 votes in favor, 54 votes against, and 6 abstentions. And the other amendment is carried as well. It's the amendment in blue with 664 votes in favor, 55 votes against, and 13 abstentions. And we will now proceed with the third vote on the governance chapter. I'll ask once again our voting team if the voting system is ready. I hear that the system is ready, so we will do the vote on Amendment 3 proposed by Senegal, and the vote will be opened for 3 minutes. So I now open the vote. And the vote is closed. The reason why we took the vote separately was that the third amendment was on a different topic, a different part of this chapter, and we have done so by recommendation of the Resolutions Committee. We'll now have a look at the results. And the amendment number 3 is carried with 602 votes in favor, 110 votes against, and 44 abstentions. Thank you, conference. We are now done with voting on the different amendments on the triennial plan, and we will now move on the vote of the amended resolution on Resolution 2021-C Strategy for Scouting World Triennial Plan 2021 till 2024. We will now check with our voting team if voting is ready to vote on the whole resolution as amended. Voting team, are you ready? Please bear with us as we are getting some feedback here. I hear that the World Scout Committee wishes to add something, so I will open the floor for the World Scout Committee to join us on screen to speak for the amended resolution that we are about to vote on. World Scout Committee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to leaders and young folk everywhere. Thank you for the time, the care that you have given this important draft resolution. It is a serious matter and it will take us a long way into the future. Can we ask for your very serious support now, because as our founder said, we must be prepared. And I know because of the consultations that have occurred that this will continue to take World Scouting in a very, very purposeful direction so that we can achieve our mission and the purpose of Scouting. Great Scouting, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I will now move the amended resolution for a vote, and I hear that the system is ready for a vote. So I will now open the vote to vote on the amended resolution on the triennial plan, and the vote will be open for 3 minutes. Please cast your votes. And the vote is closed. We'll now see if our resolution on the triennial plan as amended is carried, and it is carried. The results are shown on the screen, and the document C, Strategy for Scouting and Triennial Plan, is voted with 756 votes in favor, 6 votes against, and 0 abstentions. Thank you, conference. Thank you to all the delegations for your discipline and your active participation to this session. We are very soon taking a 5-minute break and then continue with the resolution on the constitutional amendment on safe from harm. But before taking a break, let's sing a Scout song together. Because I hear that we have a new Scout song. It's called The Promise. And the song was produced in the past triennium by a talented group of songwriters and musicians. We do hope that it inspires you and reminds you of the promise that you have made when you joined Scouting. Let's hear it, and after that, enjoy your break.
Feel the spirit inside, in the night around the campfire. Take a breath and remember the promise you made one day. That's a guide for your life. It's a strength when you feel so tired. It's a hand that holds you when you need it. The power for making dreams real. Stand up and go. You're not alone. We the Scouts are transforming this planet in a permanent jamboree. Stand up and go. You're not alone. We the Scouts are keeping together. The promise. The promise. The promise of a better world. Climb the mountain, sail the sea, explore the forest, hike the fields. Under sunshine of starry nights, nature makes you feel alive. Be prepared and do your best. With the scarf around your neck, let the spirit of adventure lead every step along the way. Stand up and go. Stand up and go. You're not alone. We the Scouts are transforming this planet in a permanent jamboree. Stand up and go. You're not alone. We the Scouts are keeping together. The promise. The promise. The promise of a better world. You're not Stand up and go. You're not alone. We the Scouts are transforming this planet in a permanent jamboree. Stand up and go. You're not alone. We the Scouts are keeping together. The promise. The promise.
Welcome back, plenary session. We are going to proceed with the voting for the resolution on constitutional amendments on safe from harm. I would like to remind all delegations that this voting will require 2/3 majority to be carried. I invite the delegation to log back into your e-voting system and be ready to cast your votes. I would also like to remind those delegates who wish to raise your hand, be ready to do so to address the conference. I will now welcome Mehdi bin Karir from the World Scout Committee to introduce the vote.
The World Scout Committee proposes a constitutional amendment to Article 5.5 of the WOSM Constitution to embed the safekeeping of all members in Scouting as a fundamental membership requirement. The proposal reads, policies and procedures to ensure a safe environment for children, young people, and adults in Scouting. This proposal brings safe from harm compliance on par with other membership requirements, such as youth program, adult training, and fee payment. It would apply to all current and future members' organizations. We propose this amendment to make a strong stance against the abuse of young people and adults, and to urge all member organizations to take safe from harm as a matter of the highest priority. At the same time, the proposal demands of WOSM to work actively to support member organizations to implement safe from harm procedures in their organizations, to become compliant with the Constitution, and for WOSM to create a mechanism to follow up on compliance. The proposal expresses the World Scout Committee wish to ensure that Scouting provides a safe environment for all.
Thank you, Mehdi. I have confirmation that the World Scout Committee would like to add some comments at this stage. Can we have Mehdi on the screen, please?
Chair. As said in earlier, I mean, we think that it is today a momentum to strengthen even further our work with Safe from Harm, and I'm happy here to be available whenever there is any additional question from our delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehdi, for that. The motion has been moved to the floor. We now open the floor for discussion. I'd like to remind you all we'll only be discussing on the constitutional amendments at this stage, yeah? And only delegates are invited to raise comments and points at this point in time. We see no raised hand at this point in time. Please be reminded, once you raise your hand, you need to accept your invitation to go into the green room. Without accepting the invitation, you will not be allowed to go into the green room, yeah? All right. Looks like there's no raised hand, so we'll close the discussion and move on to the voting on the constitutional amendment. I would like to again remind you all it's a 2/3 majority, so please be reminded. I'll check with the e-voting team whether the system is ready. Okay, I've got confirmation the system is ready. Votes are open and it will be open for 3 minutes. You can cast your votes now. Votes open. Vote is now closed. We will soon be having our results on the screen. Please bear with us for a second. We have our results. The resolution has been carried. We have 748 votes in favor, 6 against, and 2 abstentions. Thank you, delegations. We will now be moving on to the draft resolution on 2021D, strengthening safe from harm in the Scout movement. This is again a vote that requires a simple majority. Yeah, we are back at simple majority now, and this vote only requires a simple majority. I hereby invite World Scout Committee member Sararita Katan to introduce the vote.
In Draft Resolution 2021D on harm, the World Scout Committee proposes the World Scout Conference takes a strong stance against the abuse of young people and adults through a declaration urging all NSOs to take safe from harm as a matter of the highest priority. The bill also requests the World Scout and the World Scout Committee to consider the implementation of the World from harm policy in all member organizations as a key priority. The resolution proposes this process is through strengthened tailored support to help member organizations implement safe from harm in all areas of their operations, in particular, education, governance, and communications. Further, the resolution proposes the creation and deployment of a assessment mechanism to follow up on the implementation of safe from harm member organizations and to explore an enforcement mechanism of compliance as of 2025. The resolution also requests WASM to fully integrate safe from harm throughout all WASM's operations and events. In Draft Resolution 2021D on safe from harm, the World Scout Committee proposes the World Scout Conference takes a strong stance against the abuse of young people and adults through a declaration urging all NSOs to take safe from harm as a matter of the highest priority. The proposal also requests the World Scout Bureau and the World Scout Committee to consider the implementation of the World Safe from Harm policy in all member organizations as a key priority. The resolution proposes this process is supported through strengthened tailored support to help member organizations implement safe from harm in all areas of their operations, in particular, education, communications, and governance. Further, the resolution proposes the creation and deployment of a regular assessment mechanism to follow up on the implementation of safe from harm in member organizations and to explore an enforcement mechanism of compliance as of 2025. The resolution also requests WASM to fully integrate safe from harm throughout all WASM's operations and events.
Thank you, Sararita, for that presentation of the proposal. I've also been informed that Sararita wishes to further comment at this stage. Can we have Sararita on the screen, please? On the stage, please. Sararita? World Scout Committee, you may speak now. Looks like Sararita is having some internet connectivity issues. Would you mind just bearing with us for a while? Yeah, she's coming back in. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, Sararita, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to raise the matter of safe from harm as really a matter of the highest priority that we need to address in our NSOs today and everywhere. As we've done a lot of work in the previous trienniums on the education and the policy of safe from harm, today is a good momentum to place some mechanisms of compliance and make sure we have a regular assessment mechanism to help NSOs through strengthened tailored support to pair the educational proposal that we need to provide with the procedures and the structures in place to create a safe environment for young people and adults. And this resolution presents this proposal here in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarita, for the further input on the proposal. We have 3 amendments on this resolution brought forward by United Kingdom. Amendment 1, 2, and 3, which is in red, blue, and purple accordingly. We now invite delegates to further discuss on this matter. We'll move the amendments for discussion now to the floor. We have UK in the green room already. Can I invite UK onto the stage, please? UK? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on delivering such a great conference. I'd also like to thank the World Scout Committee for bringing this vitally important topic as a resolution. I'm Callum Kay, International Commissioner of the Scout Association, and I will now present our thinking around Amendments 11 and 12. Then, and as the original Amendment 13 came from the World Scout Youth Forum, I will hand over to my co-delegate, Katrin, to explain this further. With regards to Amendment 11, although significant safe from harm incidents at World Scout events are rare, it is important that as a movement we take every opportunity to learn, so to prevent incidents occurring again in the future. Additionally, as these incidents can be complex, it is important for any learning to include the organisers, the contingents involved, and the World Scout Bureau to ensure a full understanding of any incident is achieved. As people involved with the running of a jamboree or moot are unlikely to be involved with another event in the near future, any learning should be shared with future event organisers to help guide event planning and to keep our members safe. With regards to Amendment 12, a key aspect of any member organisation's safe from harm policy involves appropriate background checks of potential volunteers. However, we have to remember that a fantastic part of our movement is the fact that we are a global movement, and our members can continue scouting even if they move to a different country. If a volunteer moves to a new country, it can be difficult to perform such checks and confirm good standing within a member organisation. We would like WASM to investigate the role of the World Scout Bureau in facilitating this process to ensure effective checks can be performed so unsuitable adults are prevented from accessing scouting in another country. I'd now like to hand over to Katrin, also from the UK delegation.
Thank you, UK. Can we have the second delegate from UK on the screen, please?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Callum. Hi, my name is Katrin. I'm a delegate from the United Kingdom. This amendment has been put forward by the Youth Forum and is proposed by the UK. Mental well-being is a key consideration for young people in the modern world, and mental health problems are being exacerbated by the pandemic. Safe from Harm must recognise the importance of mental well-being as part of our duty of care for young people and to enable full and safe participation in Scouting. This is, of course, in addition to ensuring individuals' physical safety. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. I'd like to remind the delegates to raise the purple hand on your screen to come into the discussion if you wish to do so. We have another delegate from Switzerland. Can we have the delegate from Switzerland on the stage, please?
Thank you, Chair. Dear fellow Scouts, my name is Oliver and I'm International Commissioner of Mouvement Scout Suisse. We would like to share with you some of the thoughts about the draft resolution as proposed by the committee. We strongly agree with the declaration part of the resolution. Safe from harm is a matter of the highest priority and should therefore be treated as such. We also support the approach to request both the World Scout Committee and the member organizations to continue or become active in this area and increase our effort to create such an environment. We would like to stress that the national boards and committees in the respective member organizations are ultimately responsible for implementing this policy, taking into account the local realities and legal requirements. Therefore, we are concerned that the implementation of the monitoring and enforcement system could shift responsibility away from the member organizations to the World Scout Committee. It is right to agree as the whole movement on the principles by which we do scouting. Still, we believe that the adaptation and implementation should primarily be done at the national level. To summarize, we will support this resolution, but we also urge the incoming World Scout Committee and the responsible persons for implementing such monitoring and enforcement systems to take this into account and find the right balance to ensure that the responsibilities are staying by the member organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Switzerland, for your input. I would also like to remind delegates who are coming in to discuss this matter that you have 3 separate amendments. If you are specifically speaking on one amendment, please specify which amendment you are speaking to or talking to. We have a few raised hands. We are currently having some technical difficulties on the user side. We have confirmation. We have South Africa ready now. Can we have South Africa on the stage, please?
Greetings, conference. Brendan from South Africa. I am the delegate from South Africa and the Chief Scout. I'm talking with reference to Resolution Amendment 12, moved by the United Kingdom. We have a concern that should this be adopted, we have the potential to create a situation in which, should a member be accepted by an NSO, and the World Scout Bureau and WUSM have taken responsibility for helping to prevent unsuitable adults from moving from one NSO to another, there is the potential that there could be legal and financial liabilities for WUSM. We believe that safe from harm is a key priority for all NSOs, but that we should leave the responsibility for ensuring the suitability of members with NSOs. We believe that there is a basis for cooperation between NSOs to make sure that unsuitable adults are kept from access to young people and from creating unsafe environments, but we believe that the formal involvement of WUSM in that process would create a financial and legal risk for WUSM that we believe would be undesirable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, South Africa, for your input. Looks like we don't have any further hands at this moment. Can we have confirmation? We have no hands raised at this point in time, so we will move the amendments for a vote. Let me confirm if the voting system is ready. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you all that this is a simple majority, and the vote will be taken as a block vote for all 3 amendments. We have confirmation that the system is ready. It will be 3 votes, and it will be voted simultaneously for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Thank you. Vote is now open. Please cast your votes. Vote is now closed. We'll soon have the results on our screens. We have our results. Amendment 1 on safe from harm, is the one in red, has been carried with 752 votes in favor, 32 votes against, and 8 abstentions. Amendment 2 in blue has also been carried. We have 635 in favor, 120 against, and 19 abstentions. Amendment 3 in purple has also been carried with 743 votes in favor, 19 against, and 12 abstentions. Thank you, delegates, for voting. Since there are no further questions or any hands raised at this point in time, we will now move the resolution as amended to be voted on. So we are going to vote on Resolution 2021D, Strengthening Safe from Harm in the Scout Movement as amended. I now invite the head of delegations to move to the e-voting system to cast their votes. I'll first like to check with the e-voting team whether systems are ready. Okay, I have confirmation the system is ready to cast the vote. The vote will be open for 3 minutes. You can now start voting. Votes are open. Votes are closed now. We'll soon have the results on our screens. We have our results. Resolution on Safe from Harm 2021D is carried with 745 votes in favor, 15 against, and 8 votes abstention. Before we proceed to the next session on resolution on youth engagement strategy, we will first watch a short video showing the impact on scouting, on local scouting, local communities, sorry.
I'm 25 years old. I'm an illegitimate child and a product of the broken family. I'm the youngest of the 6 siblings and one of the Ticket to Life Scouts in Manila, Philippines. I wanted to be successful and end our poverty, hardships. I dream big, so I study hard even if I live on the street pavement. At a very young age, I worked hard. I sold cigarettes, red roses at night, and sometimes I begged for money to feed my hungry someone. Way back in 2012, when I was 16, my best friend Meridel invited me to join, to be part of their group after our sessions in the resilience program, which is called REPRO. I attended a scout meeting every Saturday. For me, every Saturday is a new beginning. I learn new things, new skills, and now do you know why I stay? It is because I found love. I found a new family. I felt that I belonged to them. Many kids who growing up on the streets like me couldn't have educations. I decided to become a teacher. That's why I could teach them someday. In 2018, I graduated with bachelor's degree in secondary education, major in religious education. I got also my professional teacher license, and now I'm currently working as a Christian living teacher in one of the 5 private schools here in the Philippines. I'm currently a scout leader in the Ticket to Life Scout Troop, so that more children can get and some opportunities that I got. In scouting, I learned that I can follow my dreams and work hard to achieve them.
Welcome back, conference. We will now proceed with considering Resolution 2021E on Youth Engagement Strategy. I will invite Pierre-Malin Gasbo to introduce the vote.
In Resolution 2021E, Youth Engagement, the World Scout Committee proposes that a new movement-wide youth engagement strategy is developed in the next triennium. The proposal requires alignment between this new youth engagement strategy and the review of the World Youth Involvement Policy, as well as the development of the next strategy for Scouting. Both processes are scheduled for the coming triennium 2021 to 2024. The proposal includes a set of main goals and objectives for the new youth engagement strategy, which can be found in Conference Document 10. These goals and objectives were created through focus groups that involved young people from different regions, as well as the world and regional youth advisors. Based on the approval of these goals and objectives, a framework will be established to identify instruments and processes that need to be put into place to achieve these objectives. The framework will further ensure that all aspects of youth engagement are monitored, implemented, and evaluated effectively.
Thank you, Pia. I've been informed that Pia wishes to add some further comments at this stage. Can we have Pia on the screen, please, on the stage? Please proceed, Pia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear delegates and observers, there are now 3 resolutions on enhancing youth engagement in front of you that the World Scout Committee is proposing. We believe that they will help our movement to take the next step. Sorry? Do we have a technical glitch here from the back end? No? All right, let's proceed.
No, yeah.
The 3 resolutions together will address all aspects of youth engagement at national, regional, and world level, and they have to be considered as closely interlinking with one another. Our approach can only work if we address youth engagement at all levels across all bodies. The Youth Engagement Strategy aims to support member organizations within the national realities to strengthen the capacity of young people to serve in leadership positions, addressing the issues we are facing with a grassroots approach. Then we have a resolution focusing on merging the Youth Forum and the conference, and that ensures that young people are part of the decisions taken at the highest level in World Scouting. Our merger resolution will transform the World Scout Conference from a place that's designed by adults and where young people's perspectives are considered, into a new event that removes the existing dual structures and enables young people to be an integral part of decision-making, working together with older adults in line with the Scout method. Finally, the resolution focusing on the youth advisor system addresses the last aspect of our decision-making structures. It notes the intention to discontinue the youth advisor system, but only if sufficient progress has been made in ensuring the presence of young people in the World Scout Committee, so that more young people can fully be involved in the decision-making in the World Scout Committee. So, friends, let's be brave, let's take the next step, and let's ensure the engagement of young people in all of our decision-making. With this, the World Scout Committee recommends Resolution 2021E, Youth Engagement Strategy, for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Pia, for the input. We have 2 amendments on this resolution, one from Finland and the other one from France. Amendment 1, which is from Finland, is in red, and Amendment 2 from France is in blue. We now open the floor for discussion on the amendments first. We have confirmation that we have Finland ready. Can we bring Finland onto the stage, please? Thank you. Please proceed, Finland. You can talk now.
Thank you, Chair. Dear conference, delegates, observers, and conference chairs. My name is Jere Huotari from the Guides and Scouts of Finland. I'll be speaking in English on the amendment proposed by my delegation on Conference Resolution 2021E. We believe that youth engagement is not only a component of the educational methods, but also an essential part of good governance. If our decisions are made and our programs are developed by a diverse group of individuals, it increases the quality, efficiency, and effect of our movement. In our opinion, to ensure meaningful youth engagement, the requirement is not only the theoretical opportunity to participate, but also the skills and knowledge to do so. It is insufficient to focus on educating and activating our youth, as the role of our adult members is in the center of this matter. Our adult members need to realize the importance and the benefits of young people being heard to the youth, the entirety of our movement, and most importantly, the value it brings to themselves personally and regarding their position in the organization. The change required is not only cultural, it is also very practical. Even if there is a will to engage more young people, we often fail to do so in a meaningful and productive way. The everyday reality differs between generations. A triennium is a longer time for a high school graduate than it is for a person who has already settled in family life. The usage of language and terms differ from one another. For meaningful engagement, we need to overcome such barriers, and this is why there should be a training available for both youth and adults in Scouting. Therefore, we've put forward our amendment. Together, we must build our competencies. Together, we must advance our methods on youth engagement. Together, we must fulfill our promise of being the world's leading educational movement. Together, we are creating a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland, for that input. Can we have Franz on the stage, please? Please be informed that the delegation from France will be speaking French. Could you all please turn on to your interpretation if you require it, so that you'll be able to understand the delegate from France.
Dear chairs, dear brother and sister in Scouting, I am Mao 16 from the French Scouting Federation. We would like to share with you why it is important to support our amendment. To do so, I will now talk in French. Nous remercions le Comité mondial du scoutisme d'avoir produit le document d'appui numéro 10 relatif à cette résolution. Se doter d'une stratégie d'engagement de la jeunesse et la placer au cœur de ses priorités est une avancée remarquable pour notre mouvement. Notre amendement vise à être à la hauteur de cet enjeu et propose de faire évoluer la résolution dans sa vision, ses dimensions et sa méthode. En effet, l'éducation à la citoyenneté est essentielle, car elle permet aux jeunes de contribuer à la construction d'un monde meilleur. Notre mission, à tous, est de faire émerger des individus responsables qui s'engagent très largement dans la société, bien au-delà de nos OSN. Et pour atteindre cette ambition, cette stratégie doit faire la promotion de l'engagement au niveau local, mais aussi national, régional et international. Et ceci est notre entière responsabilité. Mais s'engager, c'est aussi savoir s'engager ensemble. L'engagement doit pouvoir complètement s'apprécier dans sa dimension collective. Nous voulons attirer votre attention sur le fait que cette stratégie doit s'appuyer sur les piliers éducatifs du scoutisme, notamment sur sa capacité à éduquer au sein d'un groupe. Elle doit s'exercer en conscience des singularités de chacun. Engagement personnel et investissement collectif se doivent d'être équilibrés. Faisons évoluer dans nos programmes l'éducation au leadership et inscrivons-la absolument dans nos enjeux de société. Le mouvement scout doit faire du processus même de l'élaboration de ces documents la première étape pour supprimer les barrières à l'engagement des jeunes. Plus qu'une consultation, c'est une démarche d'association qui est véritablement indispensable à sa réussite. La troisième partie de notre amendement consiste ainsi concrètement à associer les OSN et les partenaires du scoutisme à toutes les étapes du processus. Nous devons embarquer largement tous les acteurs au contact de la jeunesse dans cette démarche réellement enthousiasmante. La Fédération du scoutisme français est donc prête à s'impliquer auprès de l'OMMS avec d'autres OSN pour s'assurer du succès de cette initiative et garantir aux jeunes la liberté de s'engager. Donner du pouvoir aux jeunes, ce n'est pas les mettre au pouvoir. Donner du pouvoir aux jeunes, c'est les éduquer pour les doter de moyens de prendre leur place au service d'un monde plus juste et d'une société plus fraternelle. La délégation française vous demande donc de supporter son amendement. Merci de votre écoute. Thank you all.
Thank you, delegate from France. Sorry for the delay, the interpretation just ended. So thank you again, France, for the input. So the next delegate we have is delegate from Sweden. Can we have Sweden on stage, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Anton Carlson, and I will speak on behalf of the Guides and Scouts of Sweden. We want to express our support for the proposed resolution on the youth engagement strategy. It is crucial that we are not just a movement for youth, but also led by youth. And it has been evident in the past decades that the contributions of young people to the policies and development of our movement are important to continue in bringing us forward. We welcome the key objectives of the resolution, especially with regard to reviewing the existing structures within the movement today. This is an important discussion in order to evaluate the path forward, and we find it key that this evaluation includes considering the existing barriers for youth to fully participate in decision-making in our elected structures, such as the world and regional committees, as well as in our conference. it is also crucial that we all see how we can contribute to this work. The starting point for all youth in Scouting will be within their own respective NSOs, and thus we need to have the responsibility to support them in their journey to establish an understanding and platform going into the international context. This connects not only to our educational methods, but also to good governance, meaningful and effective participation of young people in decision-making at all levels, allowing us to achieve the goals of our movement. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Sweden. We also have one more delegate. Oh, sorry, we have PR. But before we go to that, we have a comment on the Q&A, which will be taken by Mo.
Yeah, there is a comment here in the Q&A from El Salvador. I will read the message as we have it in the Q&A. Dear delegates at the conference, good day to all. My name is Manuel Menjivar, and I am from the National Scout Council of El Salvador. He would like to say, in our local organization, we are convinced that the youth participation is key to increasing the Scout brand. It's essential to the nature of Scouting, a game of young people for young people. But reality demands that in this game, they also make decisions together with adults. Therefore, we have taken significant steps by having our youth advisors. But in the spirit of this conference and looking to the future that is already beginning, we support that young people have a voice and vote within our national councils and in the Holy Committee.
Thank you, El Salvador, for that, and thank you, Mo. We have one more raised hand. This will be the last one before we move to the voting session. We're currently waiting for the delegate to move to the green room. Bear with us for a while. Please be reminded, to be able to go into the green room, you need to accept the invitation, the green button on the screen. Only by you accepting the invitation can you be moved to the green room to be enabled to come onto the stage. As a reminder, this is again a simple majority. It only requires 50% to be carried, the vote. We are almost there with the delegate from Benin. Can we bring Benin onto the stage, please? I'd like to remind the delegates that Benin will be speaking in French. Please get your interpretations ready. Delegate from Benin is ready for their input. Could we bring Benin onto the stage, please?
Okay.
Benin, you can proceed. Could you give us a few seconds? I think they are getting the interpretation.
Ok. Est-ce que je peux déjà?
Yeah, you may start now. Thank you.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je salue la conférence. Je salue tous nos amis du FabDesk qui nous ont aidés tout le temps à mieux suivre cette conférence, à participer activement. Alors, la résolution sur tapis, le Bénin soutient cette résolution aux côtés de la France et de la Suède, simplement parce que le scouting n'existe que pour les jeunes. Et nous, les adultes, nous n'existons que si les jeunes existent. Sans jeunes, sans les jeunes, nous n'existons pas. Voilà pourquoi le Bénin pense qu'il faut davantage impliquer les jeunes dans les prises de décision. Et c'est pour cette raison que le Bénin a soutenu, accompagne cette résolution pour le bonheur des jeunes. Merci encore de votre attention.
Thank you, Benin, for your input. We will now move the resolution, the amendments to the proposed resolution for voting. We have two amendments, Amendments 1 and Amendments 2. We will be voting in a block. Both votes will be taken simultaneously. Please log on to your e-voting system and be ready while we wait for confirmation from the e-voting team. We have confirmation that the system is ready and it will be open for 5 minutes. You may start voting now. Votes are open. The vote is closed. We will soon have the results on the screen. We have our results for Amendment 1 in red is carried with 687 votes in favor, 66 votes against, and 21 abstained. For Amendment 2 in blue, it is also carried with 570 in favor, 130 against, and 44 abstention. With that, both amendments have been carried and will be included in the draft resolution accordingly. We now have a delegate who wishes to speak on the entire resolution. We have a delegate from Belgium. Can we have the delegate from Belgium on screen, please? Please proceed, delegate from Belgium. You may speak now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Reinoud, and I will be representing Belgium. First of all, we would like to thank the committee on proposing this resolution and their commitment on supporting youth engagement within our movement. We from Belgium believe that the youth engagement strategy is a fundamental and essential step to be taken for Scouting to ensure increased and more meaningful youth participation in decision-making processes at all levels of Scouting. We would therefore like to express our full support for Resolution 2021-E and urge all member organizations to vote in favor so that together we can continue creating a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Belgium. Thank you for that input. So we will, since we don't have any further questions or any raised hands, we'll move on to vote on Resolution 2021-E as amended. Can we have the delegation to sign on to your e-voting system while I get confirmation from the support team? Whether the we have confirmation, the system is ready. You may proceed to vote. The voting will be open for 3 minutes. Votes are now open. The votes are closed. We soon will have the results on our screens. Resolution 2021E on youth engagement is carried with 696 votes in favor, 12 against, and 6 abstention. We are now going to a break. But before that, I think the break will be some dance moves, so please get ready to do some dance moves, yeah? Enjoy the break.
Welcome back, conference. We will now proceed with considering Resolution 2021F, Evolution of the World Scout Youth Forum and World Scout Conference. I invite all delegations to go back into the e-voting system, so to be ready to cast your votes. I now welcome Ilyas Ismaili from the World Scout Committee to introduce the vote.
In Resolution 2021F, the World Scout Committee proposed principles of new events in 2024 that will transform the current formats of the World Scout Youth Forum and World Scout Conference to evolve it into an enhanced and youth-empowering experience of the World Scout Conference. This proposal is a direct result of Resolution 2017-07, which requested the World Scout Committee to further develop the World Scout Conference and World Scout Youth Forum. The proposal does not propose to change any of the current constitutional functions of the World Scout Conference, nor does it require any constitutional change. The proposal requests the World Scout Committee to guarantee sufficient mechanisms and space for effective and meaningful youth engagement and greater representation of young people in the planning, delivery, and governance processes of the event. The proposal requests the World Scout Committee to monitor and evaluate the impact of the measures on expanding and protecting young people's spaces in the event.
Thank you, Ilyas. Does the World Scout Committee wish to add any further comments at this stage? I hear that's the case. Ilyas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear delegates and observers, in 2017, the World Scout Conference expressed the momentum and made a call to action and emphasized the need to advance inclusive decision-making in WOSM by evolving the World Scout Conference and World Scout Youth Forum, which has been a transitional tool in place for many decades. This resolution, alongside resolutions E and G, is a direct response to your call for action to ensure that young people are part of the decisions taken at the highest level in World Scouting. The resolution aims to transform the World Scout Conference from a place that is designed by adults and where young people's perspectives are only considered into a new event that removes the existing dual structures and enables young people to be an integral part of our decision-making, working together with the older adults in line with Scout method. The proposal is based on very detailed, comprehensive, and extensive consultations with NSOs and young people in 5 different languages in all regions of WOSM, providing valuable direction to us as we have identified these next important steps to evolve our governance processes to be more inclusive of young people, more conducive and harmonious to intercultural and intergenerational dialogue, and providing a better learning environment for all. We are on an important journey of reimagining our way of governance at the world's leading educational youth movement, and doing so with greater ambition than ever before. This resolution provides a principled framework and opportunity to build on the very best qualities of our World Scout Youth Forum as a dedicated space for learning and networking, to improve our ordinary decision-making processes, bringing young people into the decision-making room as equals to all other generations, while widening opportunities for more young people to benefit from an educational experience. This evolution enables us to continue and further step up the process of empowering young people. With this, the World Scout Committee proposed Resolution 2021F for your consideration as we continue the journey towards more integrated, truly inclusive decision-making for our movement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ilyas. I now move the motion to the floor. Please raise your hand for any discussions on this proposal. I will take one discussion, so on the whole resolution and the amendments. Afterwards, we'll proceed with the voting. The voting will be done one by one, so one amendment after each other, but the whole discussion we will take now. And I hear that there are already quite a few delegations who have raised their hands, and they are also ready to join the green room. I hear that Brazil, as the proposer of the First Amendment, is ready to address us. Brazil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings, everyone. My name is Felipe Bertoglio, and I will speak on behalf of Brazil. This amendment was part of a larger proposal, seconded by Peru, which aimed at the evolution of the World Scout Conference and World Scout Youth Forum should not mean the end of the forum, as the 2017 conference did not take the final decision on discontinuing the forum, but to study its improvement. As the proposal was not fully accepted, we understand that the remaining Brazilian amendments are not needed. Therefore, Brazilian wishes to withdraw the amendment. We believe that it is not appropriate to end such an important instrument that is the World Scout Youth Forum, as a safe space for debate and capacity building for young people is an unending need, as new generations need to learn at all levels of scouting. We are a diverse world with very different degrees of youth engagement, and ending this kind of space is a step backwards, as we don't know if tomorrow's situation will be friendly to youth, since history is not linear and progressive. Today, at the conference, we can also see the clear contribution of the discussions held during the forum, as many of the amendments to the Triennial Plan and Draft Resolutions are a product of the dialogue held last week by young people during the World Scout Conference, and we believe that cannot miss it. Therefore, Brazil will not support the draft resolution, and we invite other NSOs to stand with us. In addition, yesterday we shared a letter with Brazil Perspective that better explains our position. And if you haven't received the letter yet, please ask anyone in our delegations. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Brazil, just a clarification from the chair side. Are you withdrawing the amendment that you have introduced?
Yes, we are.
Thank you for clarifying. We now continue with discussing the resolution and also the other amendments that have been sent in. And I hear that France is ready to speak. France? France, will you speak in French?
Studio.
France, the floor is yours. Will you speak in French? Est-ce que vous allez parler en français? We'll checking the audio. France, you have the floor. Ready when you are. Just let us know if you are speaking in French or not.
French, yes.
Good. Then I ask the conference to get the translation option ready so that we are ready to hear France speaking. France, please go ahead.
Thank you. Dear delegates, observers, and all participants, I will speak in French. Bonjour, je suis Inès, jeune déléguée du scoutisme français, participante au Forum des jeunes. Je ne pourrais en quelques mots résumer l'intensité des échanges que nous avons eus lors de ce forum et qui montrent clairement que nous souhaitons être davantage impliqués, de manière réelle et concrète, dans les prises de décision du mouvement. Dit de cette manière, cela paraît évident. Nous sommes un mouvement de jeunesse qui ambitionne à être le premier au monde. En tant que tel, nous devons nous permettre aux jeunes de prendre part activement aux décisions qui les concernent en premier lieu. Baden-Powell lui-même disait « Ask the boys ». Et pourtant, force est de constater que nous n'y sommes pas. Si le Forum des jeunes et le système des jeunes conseillers ont été une première étape nécessaire, ils sont encore très dépendants de la bonne volonté de nos aînés pour que leur voix soit prise en compte.
Ce n'est donc pas suffisant. Nous devons continuer d'avancer et avoir plus d'ambition quant à la place des jeunes dans le mouvement. En cela, le scoutisme français soutient sans réserve cette résolution et souhaite aller encore plus loin en proposant des amendements. Le premier amendement a pour but que le nouvel événement soit bien plus inclusif et plus engageant, à inciter à la diversité. Les jeunes doivent y avoir toute leur place. L'utilisation de méthodes innovantes permet de s'assurer de cette place et de cette participation effective et réelle des jeunes dans le processus décisionnel. Pour une participation efficace, il faut que toutes et tous puissent avoir les mêmes chances de bénéficier d'un accompagnement en amont, pendant et après la conférence, et plus largement de vivre la même expérience. Cela renforcera bien évidemment la qualité et le fond des débats. La participation de membres toujours plus divers à la conférence est un gage de qualité des débats, mais résonne également comme un élément intrinsèque de notre ADN scout que nous sommes fiers d'incarner au quotidien et qui aide à façonner le monde d'aujourd'hui et à construire celui de demain. Merci.
Merci à la délégation française. Thank you, France. We will now move on with the next delegations wishing to speak. And I hear that the delegation from Spain, as another mover of an amendment, is ready to come on floor. I suppose they will speak on the amendment 4 in blue, proposed by Spain. Spain, ready when you are.
I'm ready. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I am Paula Cosmen, and I will be speaking on behalf of Spain regarding the amendment. Considering the possibility that the World Scout Youth Forum might be discontinued, Spain believes that this amendment is necessary to encourage young youth participation in the new event. Young people's participation in the conference as part of national delegations is currently cheaper than that of older participants, but only because they have previously attended the forum. If the forum is discontinued, this reduced fee measure will no longer exist. That's where this amendment comes into place. We believe it is important for young people's registration fees to continue being lower in this new event without the need of having attended a previous one. This will encourage NSOs to include more young participants in their delegations, as it will be economically easier for them to do so. And we would also like to clarify that this amendment is complementary to, but not the same as, the Solidarity Fund measure. We are proposing youth participation to be cheaper by default, not only for those cases where the participation of young people would not be otherwise possible. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Spain. The following delegation wishing to speak and who is already ready in the green room is Belgium. Belgium, please join us on the screen.
Hello, I will speak in French about the Amendment 17.
Thank you.
Bonjour.
Wait for us 1 second, please. Please get your translation options ready. Ready when you are. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis Augustin, jeune délégué et délégué pour la Belgique. Le scoutisme a pour vocation le développement de chaque jeune dans tous ses domaines. Nous sommes ravis de la composition du comité mondial, récemment élu pour sa diversité, sans compromettre les compétences. Nous sommes également ravis de la participation massive des jeunes lors de cette conférence. Nous sommes convaincus que la confiance envers les jeunes est primordiale. Des mesures contraignantes ne reflètent pas cette valeur. Pour atteindre notre idéal commun, nous devons nourrir cette confiance, et ce, à tous les niveaux de l'OMMS. Pour atteindre notre idéal commun, nous vous faisons confiance pour continuer à former et à inclure les jeunes dans votre délégation dès demain. Nous vous invitons donc à refuser cet amendement dans la résolution. En toute logique, à voter donc contre tout amendement se rapprochant d'un système de quotas, qui sont à l'encontre de nos valeurs et principes. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Merci, Belgium. I hear that the delegation from the United States of America is on their way into the green room and almost ready to speak to us. So we'll wait for a second. I think they must be almost there. Please once again specify to which amendment you will be taken position on. And for all the others, remember to raise your hand and also accept the invitation to the green room. Checking if the US is ready. Not yet, I hear. Almost there, so bear with us. We are ready, United States of America. The floor is yours.
To support the resolution 17 that was put forth by France. As an attendee of the Youth Forum, there was a lot of discussion and various wordings for this recommendation, and we think that France has the best phrasing, and this is the best summary of what was come together with the forum. So we really would like to encourage you as a delegation to support this phrasing and this amendment, number 17. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. I hear now that the following delegation to speak is Sri Lanka, and they are in the green room. So I'll ask Sri Lanka now to join us on screen.
Hello, everybody. To the organizers, it's a very good, well-organized conference, so congratulations. I speak on the resolution where the youth conference, if it is abolished, that the fees paid by the youth members should be less. Now, this is very important because many countries, the youth themselves had to either find a sponsor or pay it out of their own pocket. And the reduced fee will help them a lot. So I think this is a very important and very useful resolution, and we do support it wholeheartedly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri Lanka. I hear that France is asking one more time for the floor. Please be reminded that you keep your interventions precise and to the point. Also looking at the time so that all the delegations are able to speak if they want so. So France, are you ready to join us on screen?
Yes.
France is ready. I suppose you will speak in French?
Yes.
Yes, so please get your translation ready. And France, the floor is yours. Please tell us to which amendment you are speaking.
It's the second amendment from France.
Thank you. You may proceed. You have the floor.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, all participants and organizers. Today, I will speak in French. Bonjour, merci au président de séance. Je suis Camille, observatrice pour le scoutisme français, durant cette conférence et durant le Forum des jeunes. L'engagement des jeunes est un sujet primordial pour le scoutisme. Nous saluons et nous soutenons la création d'un nouvel événement qui permettra d'intégrer pleinement les jeunes dans les débats et la prise de décision. Pour autant, nous devons éviter une régression dans la participation des jeunes suite à la mise en place de ce nouvel événement. Nous proposons donc d'intégrer des mesures à cette résolution pour limiter les risques. La mise en place de quotas au sein des délégations est sujette à de nombreux débats depuis le début du Forum des jeunes. Pourtant, Nous considérons cette mesure nécessaire au progrès du scoutisme dans ce domaine et à la réduction des risques liés à la fin du forum. Elle impactera toutes les OSN et aura une portée globale. Ce n'est pas une question de méfiance. L'objectif est de laisser le temps aux OSN de s'adapter au nouvel événement et de faciliter l'implication des jeunes à tous les niveaux. Si des jeunes du monde entier sont encouragés à participer au débat et aux décisions lors de ce nouvel événement, cela les encouragera également à acquérir l'expérience et les compétences nécessaires pour s'impliquer davantage dans le mouvement. Nous parlons bien ici d'une mesure transitoire et temporaire. L'objectif final est évidemment de garantir la participation des jeunes sans aucune mesure ou restriction. Nous laissons au comité le choix du pourcentage et de l'âge limite. Nous lui faisons confiance pour prendre une telle décision pour le bien du mouvement. Nous exprimons notre envie de nous impliquer davantage au sein du mouvement. Nous voulons apporter et mettre au service du scoutisme nos compétences, nos idées, notre enthousiasme et notre énergie, afin qu'il évolue vers le futur, vers un mouvement qui s'adapte aux problématiques de chaque génération et qui progresse constamment. Merci à tous. Thank you all.
Thank you, Franz. Merci. We will proceed. We'll proceed with the next delegation wishing to speak, which is the Maldives. Maldives, are you ready to come on screen? Yes, I see so. You have the floor.
Thank you. So we support the amendment sent by France, and we would like to let the conference know that young people wish for a more meaningful platform where we can take part in the decision making of our organization. We believe that this new event will be a way forward, and we would like to call on the conference to support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Maldives. I will soon close the discussion. I hear that there is a comment in the Q&A. Mo, will you read it to us?
French.
It's French. Oh, you're challenging my French skills here. Okay, so I will read this comment in French. Please get your translation ready. It's a rather short comment, to be fair. C'est Ali Mohamed Kaou, commissaire national au programme des jeunes du Scout Vezambeli des Comores, et nous sommes contents pour les amendements aux jeunes scouts. I think that's all from the comment. Thank you, Comores. I will now take Senegal as a last delegation speaking in this discussion. Senegal, are you ready to join us on screen? Senegal will speak in French, I hear. And I hear that they are on their way.
Bonjour tout le monde, c'est Abi Sané, commissaire à l'international du Sénégal. Nous soutenons l'amendement de la France et de l'Espagne. L'amendement de la France par rapport à une bonne participation des jeunes, mais aussi l'amendement de l'Espagne pour prendre des dispositions pour que cette participation ne coûte pas cher aussi aux jeunes. Merci.
Merci, Senegal. Thank you. So closing the discussion, I invite now Elias from the World Scout Committee on the floor to give us a comment. And after that, the discussion will be closed and we will proceed with the voting. And I will say it once again, we will vote one amendment after the other. So the votes will be taken separately. But first, Elias, as a representative from the World Scout Committee that has presented this resolution, will get the floor now. Elias, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for all the discussions. I just had some comments on the thoughts and inputs which were shared in the during the discussions. So it's the most important I want to mention about the fees and how they affected in the past. So the reduced fees, they were around for several triennia and is now a good practice to ensure youth participation, and that's also an intention for the future. So we want the event to be designed by young people. As part of the design, we assume that they would want to continue with reduced fee to encourage broad youth participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Elias. As said earlier, the discussion is now closed and we will proceed with the voting. And I am asking our voting team if the voting system is ready. So I hear that the system is ready. We will cast one vote, and the vote will be open for 3 minutes. The vote is open. Please cast your votes. The vote is closed. We'll now have a look at the result of this amendment, which was in red in the text, Amendment 2. And the amendment is carried with 518 votes in favor, 182 votes against, and 38 abstentions. We'll now proceed to the next amendment, Amendment 3, proposed by France. I ask the voting team if the voting system is ready. The voting is ready, and we will take one vote on the Amendment 3. The vote will be open for 3 minutes. The vote is open. And I now close the vote. We look at the result of the voted amendment now on screen. The amendment is carried with 545 votes in favor, 154 votes against, and 39 abstentions. We'll now proceed with the voting of the third and last amendment of this resolution. I ask the voting team if the voting is ready. I hear that the system is ready, so I will now open the vote on the amendment in blue on the resolution, and it will be opened for 3 minutes. Please do cast your votes now. And the vote is closed. Let's take a look at the results of the voted amendment. The amendment number 4 in blue is carried with 650 votes in favor, 102 votes against, and 22 abstentions. Before we will move on the vote of the amended resolution, Elias, on behalf of the World Scout Committee, is asking the floor. And he is ready here with us on the screen. Thank you, Elias. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thanks again for all the discussions. That was very important to us as well to hear the opinions and diversity of opinions of the delegates, of the members of the conference. On behalf of the World Scout Committee, I want to recommend to support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elias. We'll now proceed with the vote on the amended resolution. I'll ask the voting team to confirm me that the system is ready. And I hear that the system is ready. So I now open the vote on the amended resolution. The vote will once again be open for 3 minutes. Head of delegations, be ready to cast your vote. The vote is open. And the vote is closed now. We'll now have a look at the results of the final vote on the Resolution 2021F, evolving the World Scout Youth Forum and World Scout Conference. And The resolution is carried with 572 votes in favor, 163 against, and 27 abstentions. Thank you, conference. Before moving to the announcement of the voting results of the World Events hosts and presenting the chairperson and the vice-chairpersons of the World Scout Committee, we are going to watch a short video showing the resilience of Scouts during the COVID-19 pandemic and the positive impact of Scouting in local communities.
March 2020, when Switzerland entered its first lockdown, my group and myself decided to put in place a service in order to help the elderly and people with special needs do their shopping. To do this in an appropriate and safe way, because you have to imagine this was a time where information on the virus were very limited and there were a lot of uncertainties around it, we decided to set up a safety guidelines. So we would go and do the shopping, then deliver it at their homes, and only at that point would they pay us. That meant that we had to put a lot of trust in them. And what was amazing is that at the end of our service, we realized that absolutely everyone paid us back. So in a certain sense, we put trust in our community, and our community gave it back to us. The impact of our good deed wasn't limited to our town and community. The safety plan we had put in place was used by several cities in our region. And so with this good deed, we realized that our small Scout group with hard work and resilience could achieve great things, such as helping our community and promoting Scout values.
Welcome back, conference. We have come to the moment we have been waiting for. We are announcing the result of the future World Scout events host and the new chairperson and the vice-chairperson of the World Scout Committee. The vote for the future vote for the future World Scout event hosts were open on day 3 at 27 August yesterday and closed early today at the opening of the plenary. Can we now have the votes, please? The results, please. I'm pleased to announce for the 43rd World Scout Conference in 2024, the host will be Egypt. The vote was carried at 930 votes in favor, 12 votes abstain, and 2 against, sorry. Can we have the results for the World Scout Mood 2025? We'll be first watching a video on the congratulatory message.
Shukran.
Merci.
Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Grazie.
Ευχαριστόπολη. Ευχαριστώ.
حلو حلو.
ماما.
Gracias.
Spasiba. Danke.
Vielen Dank. Kiitos.
Arigato.
Arigato. Daneva.
Dankeschön.
Bahar. Teşekkür ederim. Grazie.
감사합니다.
Merci.
Thank you for that video, Egypt. Can we now have the 17 World Scout Mood 2025 results, please? We have the results. We have the results. The results is 921 votes in favor for Portugal, 7 against, and 6 abstentions. Thank you for all the votes. We will now have the congratulatory message.
Thank you, Scouts.
Dziękuję harcerzom. Shukran, Scouts.
Grazie mille, Scouts.
Obrigada, escuteiros.
Spasiba, Scout.
Thank you, Scouts.
Merci, Scouts. Spasiba, Scout.
Thank you, Scouts.
Muchas gracias, Scouts.
Thank you for engaging with us.
Do engage with Portugal. Engage with the mood.
Thank you, Scouts, and hope to see you in Portugal.
Congratulations, Portugal, and thank you for that video. Can we now have the results for the 26th World Scout Jamboree in 2027? We have the results. At 918 votes, the votes are carried for Poland, and we have 17 against and 12 abstentions. Congratulations, Poland.
On behalf of the Polish Scouting and Guiding Association, we wish to thank you for trusting us with organization of 26th World Scout Jamboree.
We can't wait to see you in Poland in 2027.
All the future event holds. Let's the planning begins. Now I would like to welcome Craig Turpie, Chair of the World Scout Committee, to announce the results of the election of the Chair and Vice Chair of the newly elected committee. Thank you, Craig. Welcome, sir.
It's with great pleasure that I can report that the World Scout Committee, which you elected, met earlier today, and they have elected the new chairperson of the World Scout Committee, Andy Chapman. Congratulations, Andy. In addition, the World Scout Committee has elected 2 vice-chairpersons, and I'm sure you'll join with me in congratulating Sararita Katan and Yodaman. I'm sure that all of us around the world join in offering our thanks to them in stepping up to serve the World Scout Committee in this way, and that we'll do everything that we can to give them our full support. Congratulations to all of them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Dear friends, we have come to the end of the 4th conference day. As usual, I encourage you to explore the exhibition area, networking, and attending various site events. Just a quick reminder, tomorrow we'll be conducting focus groups discussion in various languages to gather your feedback on the experience at this event. If you have signed up for one, please join us. The invitation is in your email inbox. Please enjoy the time together. We'll meet again tomorrow at 12 p.m. GMT. Thank you.